already done that. Okay. Hello. Hello, epically. You are first. Yep. Hopefully the desktop. Oh, there we go. So you couldn't hear it, I don't think. Okay, there we go. It should be now audible. Now it isn't. Okay. Let's just begin. Let's just begin. Hello. Hold on. There we go. I already wrote on this server. Unfortunately, I can't access Discord because I don't have a phone anymore. So I can't log in to see it. Yeah, the phone's gone. Would you collaborate? Probably not, because I'm already working on this and it's a lot of work. Hi. It's also a Discord clone. We are currently focusing on the server. It does sound interesting, but I don't think I have time really. So yeah. Oh, what have we got? Async. Okay, so what we're doing here, we're kind of using React now instead of Angular. Now, I might change my mind in a few at the end of the stream, who knows, but we're gonna see how it works really, because React, this front end is better than our Angular front end that we had for Audit. I think the website's offline because the Ethernet cable is awful. There we go. The Ethernet cable is really bad and I couldn't get a new one until now. Can't find module express async errors. Okay. So I've just why have I so many questions. Okay. That's npmi. npm run dev. Okay, npmi save express async errors. So we're kind of starting the website again on a new from decline basically, because I don't like, I prefer React to Angular, which may be good news for some people that don't like Angular. Yeah, and if we don't like, if it's too much work by the end of the stream, then maybe we'll, I don't know, we'll see. Cannot find module colors. Why is this? Okay. That's a bit unusual. Why these errors are popping up. Import colors, what? I don't know. That's TS node source.app.ts. I think this may have been working earlier. No. This one works. This is how you do it. TS node transpile only. Okay, never mind. We get this error. Okay, cool. Hello. So I did this yesterday. I just threw in the backend to the front end, and now we're connecting the dots really. Because there's... I don't really want to use Angular, that's why. It's kind of dumb. So this is kind of season 3, if you will, of the series. And yeah, dot blue. So this will save time in the long term using React, I think, and Tailwind CSS. And we're also using Redux, which Angular doesn't have. Yeah, okay, so it's called declone at the minute, but this one is going to be called accord. I'm trying to add... That's such a silly thing. Okay. Start topology. I think that's what I added. Okay, so when this is answered, I'll look into adding... I'm trying to add voice channels really, but it is very hard. I think machine learning is easier than adding voice channels. My experience, but we'll get there. So we got accord essential. I don't know. We're just gonna replace everything here. So declone. Declone is like what I'm currently working on. This is declone. I don't know what that is, but this is declone right here. And we're gonna build accord from this because this is much better as a foundation. And it's got better code, etc. in my opinion. Okay. I don't know why this is not working. Let's see. Gone. That worked. Okay, so I'm not going to read chat that too often, probably every few minutes. So if you get, because I'd like to focus on the project because we seem to, the streams aren't too productive, to be honest. Oh, okay, so we're going to reinstall everything. So what I've done is that's my PC overheating. See how the temperature is currently 80 degrees. Pretty cold, pretty cold. So basically what I did is I got a very small box. This is my PC case. So I got a very small box, like this size, and it just overheats. It just has one fan and one like case fan, and that's about it really. Yeah. Also, I've got a new setup. I'm in a different house. It seems that every time I stream, I'm in a different location. I tried to stream on my laptop, but it doesn't. It records at like 1 FPS. It's terrible. So this is the desktop at the minute. Let's read the chat. Oh god, after so long, yes. Well, hopefully I don't stream once a week, because that's pretty lazy, to be honest. It's been a very lazy year. Okay, let's just open decline. It's not decline. Stupid. What did I just... Why? Whatever. I think we just need to refresh. Nope. Home. It needs to recompile, doesn't it? Yeah. Oh, okay, it's glitched. So what I was originally trying to do with Accord is remove friends. And now we've kind of removed friends, because there are no friends in Decline. It's just a basic Discord clone that's more simple than Accord was. It doesn't have pings. So to add pings, if we were to write this down, it would be pings on front end. So it would be add pings. And then we can write more things down. Ah, okay. Which one is this? Which one is this? I just want to make sure I set everything up properly, because I'm not sure if I did. What the heck is this? Okay, give me a sec, give me a sec. I might have the wrong project, because I kept doing... Okay, so let me just... Bit unorganized at the minute. I have loads of users on this PC. Okay, so it seems to be the wrong project, but I've already set this up, so... So what we're going to do is we're just going to drag and drop the folder from my other PC, from my other user. Okay, so it's copying at the minute. Okay. Cool. Let's show you this. Okay, so this is the project that we should have opened. I just have loads of users on my PC, and I like to switch between them all the time, and this is my streaming user, but I built it on the main user. Okay, this should be set up properly. npm start. If it isn't, then I can laugh. Okay, so if Fossil code is open source on GitHub if you want to have a look. Will you increase the number of alpha accounts? Yes, because we're redoing the entire... That restriction is pretty ancient now. I'm just going to remove that whenever I release this. This is a complete clone of the old backend that I spent the most time on, so we're not really losing that much work. And we've kind of redone the front end because it was out of date and more. There's a lot more reasons than that, but we'll get into that another time. So, there we go. I think I was restricting users because I was scared that everyone would not sign up after they realized how bad the app was. So that's probably why. But we should remove it after that. Okay, these are the current features of Accord and declone, basically. Now the declone code is in the description. I'm currently making a series on this. I can show you the videos if you want. Let me do that. To prove that I'm making a series. What's this? Oh no, it's on this user. So this is it. Basic setup. Okay. Don't know if I leak anything in these videos. Okay, so that's setting it up. Oh, okay. This is like the messaging. This is a very basic version, really. So we build it step by step. I haven't edited them. But they're there for editing in the future. If I ever get around to it. I don't know. Okay, so declone essential. It's essentially declone. Now it's Accord. Brilliant. Oh, we should undo that, by the way. Because we need this to be in caps. By the way, this is I was trying to clone the old Discord homepage, and that's why it says it's time to ditch Skype and TeamSpeak. This is when Discord peaked, in my opinion, but yeah. Okay, so there we go. We're getting some random errors that it's trying to render the browser. So what we're going to do is we're going to remove that line. So it's trying to serve the website. We don't need to do that. The email's invalid. Because I'm not setting up another Google account. Okay. So this is what I was trying to copy. We mostly got it. Source code. The current source code is here. But the other source code, well, that's the source code of the, like, the base app. This is the source code of the old website. This is the API, where most of the work went in. Okay. Yep. So let's try and start the backend as well. So it should be online. What? Okay. Says it's online anyway. It's lying. Okay, let's see if the tests work. So we do have tests for this project, which is good. Oh, off they go. I did make way too many tests. 85, that is, there's more than 85. It's like 300 or something. 200. Oh, I've shut it down. I've shut down the music. How could I? Unacceptable. Can you hear that, by the way? Okay, hopefully you can hear that. Okay. So this is the login page, basically, that we're going to use. We're going to tweak this. So, Accord, let me just get things straight. So, declone base of Accord. Declone basic Discord clone with essential features, very, very essential. Like, it just works. Accord, extension of declone with more advanced features and features of its own. So it's not a Discord clone. Accord declone is a Discord clone. Accord is not a Discord clone. By definition, it's just an extension. Okay. Let's open Accord. Now this is the loading stream. Stealing Discord since 1966. Did I actually write that? What the heck? Why did I write that? Okay, we're just gonna keep that there. Oh, my PC is cooking. Might burn down the... Might end the stream. It's that hot. It might burn down the room. See what temperature it's at. $61, $60. It's gone down. Interesting. That's the CPU, by the way. So it's streaming once every 2 years. Not actually a Discord. I've already wrote that on original. Okay. I guess it was started in 2020. Can we deploy and Vercel and Netlify? Heroku stop right now where we can deploy. Heroku. I think it should work on Heroku. I've never used either of them apps. True Flamerboy. I'm just using some placeholder code for the email. Black screen. Okay. Oops. Two weeks longer. Okay, that's the original map. Okay, and we did have this cool theme with Accord app. It is offline at the minute because, yeah, my Ethernet cable does not want to stay in. Need to get a better hosting service. Maybe I could use Heroku, or GitHub Pages or something. I don't know. It's not very. Hosting it myself isn't very reliable, it seems. Okay. Accord.app. Now we're gonna steal the theme off Discord of the old one, and that is available here. I keep going back and forth between two different repositories because we're trying to combine them together in a way. This is the theme, so we're gonna steal it. Okay, Discord theme. Let's make another theme. So we have a Discord theme, but we also want a Accord theme. Okay, we're gonna call this BG. So get rid of this. There we go. The colors might change at some point, just randomly. Accord.app. Now this is the decline theme because we're not actually importing it. Okay, index.tsx. Oh. Where is it? Okay, so I'm just going to import index.css here and then controversially do this using @import. Because I prefer @imports. Oh, something changed. Now it doesn't look epic at the minute, but it will do eventually. Oh, okay. So this is based on the Horizon theme I'm using in VS Code. I might seem a bit distant from the microphone, so it's because of the setup I'm using. Yeah, it's kind of hard to fix, that one. I've never really had a good microphone position when streaming, so... Okay, so this is what the code looks like, basically, compared to the Angular code, and this is why we're using it, essentially. And then we have a Redux store, which is the main reason we're using it, because it makes everything easier. And basically, okay, we need to sign in first before we explain this. Otherwise it's not going to make sense, but we do have Redux here. Has listened to WS. When I made that, I'm going to remove that, it's garbage. Okay, so we're going to just say integrate front-end to Accord Backend. That's essentially what we've done. Okay, this is some gibberish code at the minute, but it works, so it does the job. So we're going to use state here instead of storing it in Redux, because that's just unnecessary. We don't have to store everything in Redux, really. And we're going to call this has listened. Set has listened. And I will read chat like every 5 minutes, or whenever I remember. So, and then here we can say set has listened true instead. That's how we're going to do it. So this just listens to all the WebSocket events once, and these WebSocket events call Redux reducers, which just play around with the data. And this is what the data looks like. We're going to get rid of meta, because it's dumb. There are a lot of comments around the code, which may be removed. Okay, so there we go. Should be the same. I just need to remove meta, like this. Move to trash, where it belongs. Oh. It's gone. Okay, so sometimes React just, like, holds onto a file that doesn't exist, so does Angular. So we have to refresh it. Still, oh, am I still doing that? Okay, good, I'm not. Glitch import. Or git glitch import. Okay. It still thinks meta. No. Okay, so let's try and sign in, see what happens. REST call began, failed. That's the first step. Not found. Okay, we're going to call this API v2, because I think that's what we're using here. If we go in environment, is it API v1? It is. Sad. This is actually, it's not v2 because we haven't changed the API, so it's still v1. Should we give it v2? Maybe, because we're using a new base, really. App Store. Yep, we should use v2, and then that's going to be invalid version number, which means we're using the right one. This is configured here. So API v2. And there we go, that's the new prefix. So when we begin a REST call, it does this in Redux basically. It tells us all what it's doing behind the scenes, which is very helpful. So we sent a post method, we sent email and password, AA, URL, auth login. Oh, bad request, okay. Now my PC is buzzing. Not found. What? Heh. Auth login. What's it playing at? Okay. So we need to set up these routes. We need to wire them because they're wired or just configured to another backend really, which was the old Accord backend, which was a bit messy in my opinion. This has verify email in it and a lot of things. This took like 1 or 2 days to set up this file. It was quite hectic. What have we got? Not found, not found. Why not? Auth login. That's a... Okay, not found, but that is a get. Let's see if verify code is a thing. And then off. Oh, okay. Server. Oh, okay. So it's not using /auth here. So what we do is we have /auth. There we go. There we go. That might work now. Okay, so we're getting bad requests, which means it's being sent properly. Have we registered yet? That's the question. 404 not found. So with Redux, we can see all of this instead of logging it in the console. Although we still occasionally use console logging, but for Redux and REST calls, we can just log them in Redux. We're not really logging them. I can explain what's happening. So when we log in, let's see. When we log in the user, we dispatch, which is a special Redux like method. So we're like calling this method here, API REST call began, which is kind of like an event. And this basically is picked up by middleware. REST just means HTTP API, just connecting to google.com is using REST, you could say. Okay, so what this does is if it's not REST call began, then it returns next. Otherwise, it sends a REST request to the server, and then it also dispatches this response. And we can see all of this because we're using Redux in the Redux dev tools. And that's why we're seeing this here, and it's very helpful. But it does not change the state. It's just verbose, really. Hopefully that made sense. Why do the rest call him Redux? I just saw like an example of someone doing it and I thought it was a good idea. That's why. And the more you use Redux, the better it is, apparently. That's what I learned anyway. You could also inspect in the Dev Tools Networks tab. You could. But I prefer Redux. Are you using any CSS framework? Good question. Tailwind CSS. I completely dropped Bootstrap for making this. We're using Tailwind CSS basically. It has basically, I keep saying that word, all you need for CSS. Almost all you need. And the best part is, let's just Control P. We have a limited amount of CSS files, just ignore this email backend one. The scope.css files, we have a limited amount because Tailwind CSS is used instead, and they're pretty simple as well. We're also using local CSS, which is a thing in Angular for React, which is just scope CSS. This file is kind of a mess, in my opinion, but here it is. This is what it looks like in action. A lot of CSS classes, but I do prefer it. Register. Okay, why is this happening? Not found. Why is it not found? Register is not found. Off register. We should make that a thing. Currently it's sign up or post users, which is kind of dumb. I put it in here. That's kind of silly. Users.create. What? That should be register, because that's just... Oh, no. Users.create. That... Yeah, that registers. Used to decline at the minute. So we're going to put this here. So we're going to post register, not users. And this should be an auth routes, in my opinion. There we go. Channels. Too much refactoring. Channels, there we go. Bot. Oh, we do have a system bot, don't we? But, okay, the bot doesn't really exist. Basically, we haven't implemented the bots. We haven't implemented bots on the, or DMs, or in dclone. We're kind of going to get rid of them anyway and replace them with DMs with guilds. That was the main plan anyway. We want a 400, yep. User validation failed, invalid username. Huh? Let's see, what did we send? So, okay, so we sent. It doesn't, okay, that's good, that's good. We didn't, our email was very basic. Oh. What if I typed in a real password? That would have been very funny. In a way. Okay. I did steal the Discord, like, login, and then put a custom background for this. Okay, so what are we getting here? I think that means that we did it wrong. Or I did it wrong. going to tell my real email. There we go. Oh. Bad request. Why was it a bad request? Oh, we already registered. But why doesn't it log us in? So we just registered with this new API. With this, technically it's we just combined the old API with the new UI. So we're gonna call it a new UI. Okay. So what I think is happening. So we're update username. What the heck is this? Okay, so what I'm gonna do here is check user. So we want to make sure the email is unique. Okay, email is already in use, brilliant. Okay. I still don't think that's going to work, but we're going to try anyway. Hello chat. Using Redux displays it much better, I do agree. Redux, yes. It's just... If you want me to explain Redux, just ask. There's a lot to say about it. Bad request, so I'm just going to assume that failed. Okay. Okay, so what I'm using here, what I did with dclone to make this work, is I actually added some custom library that fixed passport local mongoose, because passport local mongoose basically uses a certain username field by default instead of email, so that messes things up a bit. Now user.ts, so this is what I did, username field email, so we're going to try that and hope that it works. Passport local mongoose, that's what I did. Yep. Gasp, okay. Just failed. Show databases. So we're going to use accord db.users.find.pretty. Okay, this is my password if you wanted to know it. Encrypted version. Oh, that's the email. Avoid mongodberror.com. That's fantastic. Oh, I think we already signed up before. These are all the old accounts that I was using. What the heck? Okay, we're gonna use username Adam3 because why not? Okay, so if it freezes, I believe that works. So that works. I don't know why I took a screenshot. Okay. What did I use for the email? What? Doesn't matter. We'll just make Adam4. Okay, not that. Could use. Yeah, but we've already got that email, I think. Eventually, I'm just gonna leak details. That shouldn't work because we've already signed up with that. Basically. That. Okay. No? Oh, okay. So it's signing up the username because it's wired up incorrectly. This is what it's doing. So we're registering, but we're using the username. Nope. No. Email, username, password, credentials, off, dot credentials. So we should be using this. Brilliant. When it works. So email. There we go. Username, password. Okay. So instead of typing this, and then in users.create, where if we type this, so we do it in tests. Email. Is this spaghetti code? It might be. Spaghetti test code. Okay, I don't know. Example.com. Oh, okay. These aren't installed. Okay, so the types aren't loading in, so what we can do is go to the backend, and then lns, doing this a lot of times, types. And now, something magic happens, I guess. Off DTS, should be email. Bit outdated. There we go. How do you manage scaling, considering that you're using Socket IO and no event store? What do you mean by an event store? I kind of just threw the WebSocket together after learning what a WebSocket was, and maintained it since. That looks cool. Thanks. AMG says hey, hello. Okay, so as I'm thinking of adding discriminators. Does anyone want discriminators? Just say yes in the chat if you want discriminators. So like what Discord has. Basically, add them for hashtag 001, 002, based on how many users there are. So there can be 9999 users with the same username. And I can add that because we're doing something different this time with our code. And I think having both unique email and username is a bit of a stretch. Okay, hold on. Rabbit MQ. A message broker. Okay. Okay, so we're going to add discriminators. But we need to edit the user tests. I don't know why Mocha isn't showing up. So we're going to types Mocha. So we're going to add it because people want it, and also it's already added in dclone in the UI, so might as well. And it's less work to add it than remove it. I guess. Discriminator is required. Discriminator must be unique. Max validator. Okay, validators.max. We don't have entity types, do we? Okay, so we're going to remove this eventually, because it's out of date. Or maybe we can just name this something else, like, because we had to sync this with the website project, and I just ended up making ambient types to fix this, which are much better. lean app channel. We'll just call this entity. And then what we'll do, we'll have patterns for entity types, but apart from that, see what errors we get, because this one seems to work with the backend, which more work has been done on that. Okay, I'm actually going to move this to, hold on. Oh, WS types is out of date. Oh, I already added that to patterns. Okay, so I'm going to remove that. And now we're going to refactor with the updated code. Okay, I do remember to add discriminators, so... Oh. Yes, so this is completely outdated. There we go. Now this types folder has to be compatible, this one here, with both projects. And it mainly coincides with the backend project, because that's where all the data is handled. That's the database. Oh. Reload. Okay, so let's quickly add user tests. Let's throw in a username is taken. Nope. Okay. I mean, I could mock like 10,000 users, but I'd rather not. Okay, so given discriminator 0, 0, so it can be 0, 0, 0, 4 zeros if the user is deleted. Speaking of user deleted, let's add that. That's what Discord does when they delete a user. 0. It's not a string. So expect true, that is an extreme value. So we're going to do -1, expect false, expect discriminator invalid, too low, something like that. And then 10,000. We'll just test extreme values, and then 10,000. You can even do this in Typescript. Where did I put validators? Validators in here. Very bad location. Much more descriptive name. It's going to take a bit of refactoring before anything in the project works, by the way. Okay. Have I done this right? So min value. I don't know. Let's have min, so it's more descriptive. Okay. So val is greater than or equal to min. Yep. Val is less than or equal to max. That should be correct. What's this? Cannot. Okay. Yeah, we could improve this code all day. There's a lot wrong with it, but it's kind of wasting time if that's all you do. I used to do it all the time. But yeah, because every day you kind of have new ideas on how the code should be, or I do anyway. And then half the time spent refactoring. .env import .env. Let's see. App.ts. Yeah, the types go. Okay. Emails taken rejected. Good. So we should be getting these in user when we add discriminator. Now we're going to be more like Discord. We were deviating a lot from Discord. We're going to be more like Discord again, but with a few extra features. And this is why I've implemented this UI, new UI. Discriminator must be unique. Yeah, we'll assume that works. Use unique case insensitive. Nope. It's not a type string, it's a number. So entity should be a thing. Types and seriously. Export namespace. Declare namespace entity. Cool. Don't know why it's giving these word errors at the minute. Does not exist on self-user document, or it should. Email string. Okay, so lean is going to be replaced with lean dot 121 results entity dot. Okay. And that's because we need to declare the types in test as well. Quite annoying to do this, but yeah. cd test, so ln-s. Let's see if that fixes it. What's my Discord tag? I think it's this. ADAMJR 0001. Although I can't really log into Discord at the minute because I don't have a phone. It imploded. It's gone. Okay, so it seems that ambient types are just not working at the minute. Yep. Cool. What? Okay, I did have this problem with declone and I didn't manage to fix it. So what I did is transpile only. That's how I fixed it. Give me a sec. Okay, well that did something. So user, let's see, user, let's import these, validate. What? I'm not even specifying a max, no, we need max here. So the max is this. It's not invalid username, that's how we're going to do it. So validator's max, have something like this. So we have the validator and we have the message. Discriminator to high, and then we have another one. Yeah, I'm not sure this is gonna work. Can we have an array of validators? Okay, no, multiple validators. Oh, okay. Learning Mongoose for the first time. Pretty good. Might use it again. Okay, min 0. Yeah, no, I've been using Mongoose for like 3 years. 2 years, not 3 years. Counting is too good, so 2 years, and I still don't know all the features yet, so it's a lot to Mongoose really. So cd, give me a sec. What? Where's mock gone? Why did I delete that? Okay, oops. It's back. Okay, we're just gonna commit the changes so far. Half done. Okay, so we're going to get rid of these types here. And then we're going to clean up the errors that we get. So import lean, and then we could just say everything else, generalize. And then what we do, this is what we do, gone. And now we just have random new lines everywhere. Type is declared here. Okay. Oh, this is random errors. Typo prohibited. Okay. What's this? Prohibited. Where is it? Oh, ambient. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, make a new file prohibited. Okay, I did go a bit too far on the types when I made this. You disabled from requests? Yes. Where do you store the guild channels in the guild object or in a separate collection? We use Mongoose populate and we store it in a separate collection. So guild. So channels looks like this. We are populating it here. Or just storing a reference to populate it. But yeah. Hello Real Tricks. What theme are we using? Currently we're using the Horizon theme for VS Code. And we're also going to use the same theme for Accord, like a Horizon variant. As you can see, it does share some of the same colors. Let's open all TS files in the front end and see what happens. Okay, maybe not. Let's just open all of them. Okay, that's maybe overdoing it a bit. And we're going to keep the ones with errors, and then we're going to fix some errors. Or try to anyway. Okay, so the tests definitely need fixing. No entity types. Oh, does this work now? Permission types. Oh, that's good. Now these files here have errors, and they still work with errors for some reason. I don't know why, but yeah. Okay, so we're having these test errors with Mocha. Oh yeah, so these tests, I was a bit obsessed with tests in March this year, or April. I think it was March. I spent like 40 hours or something ridiculous on these tests. Okay, I did overdo it way too much. So that's one reason we're using this backend. Because it is fully, well, mostly tested. I don't think there's much point in 100% testing something. I think we should aim for like 70 or 80 at least. Anything more is just over the top. I just tried to go for 100%. But these are the WebSockets that we're testing, and the WebSocket like events, and there's a lot of them. There's a lot of WebSocket events. Too many to maintain, really. Yeah, we'll fix some of these later. Send friend requests. This is really old. We used to have 4 separate, like, let me show you one. Add friend. We used to have 4 separate one of these big files for sending friend requests, and it got really messy, so I just made 2 big files for adding and removing friends. And now we're considering removing the ability to add friends and replacing it with like DM guilds, which is a new concept. I don't think anyone's added DM guilds yet. Maybe they have by the time since I've planned it, which was ages ago. Cannot find, okay, that's fine. So when you create a DM channel, it's just a guild with 2 members, and the idea was to create both members being one owner. That was an idea. And maybe I'll do it so no one's an owner. I think I'm now going to do it where there's no true owner until it's converted into like guild mode or something. That's what I'm planning. 2 different, multiple owners. Okay. Or guild DM guilds, really. DM guild mode. Nobody is owner. Wait. Original creator, initiator of DM guild is owner. I don't know. Or just remove friends altogether. That's another solution. Trying to be more like Telegram. What? WS service? Hold on a second. We still have this system bot. I removed this at some point because it was not very good. It's going again. It's just, it shouldn't really be on there. It should be in an extra like folder here. You can hear my PC buzz. PC go buzz in the background. Make unit test embed schema. What? Gibberish. Okay, so we've nearly finished refactoring this. Oh. I think. Okay, we still have pings on the back end, I think. Partial, okay, WS types, we don't need that. That should resolve by itself. Oh yeah, it's using the old partial. We don't want it to do that. By old partial, let's see. Okay, there are two partials now in entity something WS. Partial entity. So partial dot is going to be partial entity dot, but because there's a type in Typescript called partial, and it just, they both collide with each other. So good old name collide. Okay, let's recheck. LMAO high pixel 1. By the way, do you know TypeScript relative imports, so you don't need to type out the whole relative path. Yes. What are DM guilds? A completely new concept that I made up. Like, when you create a text channel, okay, let me, it's like, we're trying to make Accord unique, so I just came up with that idea. Creating DM channel, like traditionally, creates guild instead. And the guild masks a text channel, a DM channel, sorry, between two people. Or users. So if you message someone, it creates a guild instead. It's simpler on the back end, in theory. There's a few reasons really. Partial entity, that should be a thing. Have we removed all the errors? There's so many files in the backend. Okay, I think we have. Apart from this one. Email. Wait. Okay, never mind. We have not. It still wants to, it still insists on using the system bot. I mean, okay, we're gonna add the system bot, right? We're gonna add the system bot, give me a sec. Let me retrieve it from the trash, where it belonged. The system bot is back, okay. What? Okay, yeah. Username Bing. App.name. Password is generate invite code, which comes down to a token, I don't know. how I set it up. Oh, okay. Now there might not be in auth. The other auth.t.ts. There might not be an email if it's a bot, so these are user credentials really. Email is missing. Okay, that should be fixed now. Prohibited. It can't find the word prohibited. Okay, yeah. There we go. Let's see if it runs. User types it seriously. There's more errors. Why is it doing this? Okay. User types is not defined. User types. Wait, can we have a class in ambient class? I don't think we have. We can. Right. I'm not sure this is how it works, really. We're just gonna have interface. And then we're gonna do this. Because I don't think you can instantiate an ambient class. I think that's just a bit silly. Because they don't these objects here are just don't really exist in runtime, I think. They're just for VS Code to tell you what types things are. Permission types is not defined. Does it? It has an enum. That's why it has an enum. It only does types and interfaces, really. And these are like value types, so it's not going to work. It doesn't do constants, that's what Typescript doesn't do. Yeah, it only does types and interfaces, so we're gonna have to do permission types.ts. There we go. So we have to use a normal TS file for this. Export, because we're not declaring anything. So where do we define this? In role, in a lot of files. Permission types is reload. Beep. My PC is panicking right now. Okay, roles as well, probably. Permission types. Huh, there's a lot of permission types. Still a lot of these. Okay, mostly works. Now with this, it just continues if there's an error when it can, with transpile only, with TS node. And then this is very outdated. Okay. Ancient API. Okay, so what I did is type WS WS on WS. WS. Oh no, we changed the meaning here, didn't we? Okay, that's gonna cause a bit of problems. Okay, so 2WS API, we're gonna rename this. Okay, so everything here goes under here. So WS event args goes to API.ws event args. We're going to be done eventually. Let's see if that has processed so far. So we need to declare the namespace or it's not going to work. Export. Okay, that's done. Params, yep. See. Okay, so we're gonna keep it consistent because this currently does not exist. So we're gonna name this 2WS API. That's gonna change everything. It should do anyway. Okay, it didn't. The ambient types aren't connected to the actual code, it seems. So this is what we do. API dot 2WS. We'll just change all of them. So that's what we send to the WebSocket from the browser. This is what we receive. And we have an on. WS event async, get out of here. We don't need you. Okay, that was for Angular. I did something weird with Angular. So, yeah. Params. No, I'd rather you didn't. On WS. So it can be either these two. What? 2WS API. Did I? API to WebSocket API. Okay, so That is kind of gibberish because we're repeating API twice. To WS, there we go. From WS. What's chat? Hello. Hello, Pedo. I think that's your name. Closing the live stream, not yet. Relative path, instead you can write @util. Interesting. I think I did look up that at some point, but I haven't added or tested that yet. Using socket IO for server connection, yep. Do we have an on WS as well? Okay, so we're going to make an on WS, and that will be disconnect. Okay, so the way the WebSocket should work is it should send an error instead of sending a message. What? I do question some things I made here. From WS. Okay. Yep. Be right back for like 10 minutes. Okay, I'll be more than 10 minutes. Hello. Okay, we're back. That was a while. How to add commands in 1PG. I think you have to add them to some PUG file or something. They're automatically loaded in. Okay. Okay, we're going to continue doing this, like refactoring everything. And we're not going to import args or params like that. That should not happen. websocket d.ts. And I call it API. Should call this API then. More accurate. API. It's having issues resolving it in a minute. Just ignore it. Okay, that seems to work behind the scenes. Right. Hello, Flameboy. Hello, Roles. User.email. Email does not exist on user. Now we can use the new. Give me a sec. So value user.email, but when? Okay, store, app store. Can actually use entity dot or user types self user. Oh, okay. Let me get rid of that. Okay, it does not work within d.ts files, but now user.email should exist. Okay, it should exist. Shush, React, please. Let's see. Okay, another one. Oh, guild members, no. I didn't think of that. We have to account for guild members, don't we? Okay. Guild member add. Member. Okay, we're gonna make a reference to invites within guild. Invite routes, okay. So this will create an invite, return it, and also find the guild, update 1, guild ID, and then invites. That's one way to do it. So we get the guild by ID, and then we push just an invite to it. There we go. Invite routes. This is used on the invite page, which hasn't been implemented. Okay. You know what I'm gonna do? We're actually gonna use Frontend store, Backend store. Okay. Channels. For Redux, we're actually gonna use types for the payload. Okay, App Store, store.appstore. should be called store.appState. That's what I did in the series. The video series. Okay. Export interface. Payload. Action. And then P extends key of. Or just API.params. And then payload equals type equals string. Payload is P. Yep. Store.action. And then it has a payload of channel ID. Now this is not going to work. User ID. It's not going to work at the minute. So we're going to define types for this so we don't mess everything up. User stop typing. Okay. So we're going to define. What do we have? Payload user. It's the same, isn't it? Let's do this. So what have we got? Guilds is the most important one. Guilds store. There's so many files called guilds, but this one contains everything really. So this one is API dot. No, not that API. For some reason it imports that. And it's quite annoying. Oh, this is args. The channel create. Channel delete. Guild member add. Guild member add. We need to get these working soon. Guild member remove. Guild member update. Guild member fetched. I don't know. It's stood. Oh, there's a fly on me. Guild member. What's this? Payload. Okay. This is where we fetch guilds. So, being attacked by flies. It's unpleasant. But anyway, this is where we declare them. Entity. Dot. Now I'm probably change API to WS because API name clashes with something else for some reason. Seems to anyway. So we're just going to declare a guild array here. Yep. Why I'm doing this will make sense in a minute, because this is not in sync with the API at all. It's in sync with a different API. which is more basic. So updated. When the guild is updated, what do we get? Guild updated. Look. Okay, we're gonna change the name. Let's see. What are you making? We're making an extension of dclone, which is a Discord clone with extra features. Like, we're trying to add themes at some point. Now, I did try to add themes one of the previous streams, but that was on the old UI. So we're going to have to do that again. Probably, maybe offline, maybe not offline. But yeah. WS, so in API, this is causing an error because I'm not exactly sure why, but I think it's to do with the name clashing. So we're going to call this ws.d.ts. I'm going to rename this API, WS. So API.ws. Now that should, in theory, when we reload, might work. Be good if it does work. Otherwise it's a different problem. Oh, okay. Might be a genuine problem with this file. Is it? That's weird. I think I like WebSocket here. So we're going to go with WS for now. ws.args. Because it's more... API is more general. WS is telling exactly what it is. So we're going to go with that. There's a lot of weird things happening. App Store. Oh. App state. Store.appstore. Yeah, okay. ws.args. And then does it import the wrong ws? What's types.ws? No. Why does it do that? Declare namespace ws and it imports it. Guild join and guild create. What? Guild join, that is a... We're going to rename guild join to guild create. We're going to remove guild create because it... guild join, sorry. Because they're more... yeah. Yep. And then in here, we're just going to type guild create. And then in guild, I think that's what Discord does anyway. Guild delete. So guild leave isn't a thing anyway. So yeah. When you create a guild, you join it. when someone deletes a guild, everyone leaves it anyway, so they're the same result at the end of the day. So guilds, what have we got? Payload does not exist on guild member update. Okay, good, that's good. That's because we're using a new API, aren't we? Well, not a new, the original API that has partial member. Now, I'm gonna, yeah, partial member is explaining exactly what it is, so we're gonna use that. Member ID. What? ID of the guild member. Okay, we're dealing with quantum physics of members now. We're getting into the complex part. Member.id. So member ID is not a user ID. Yeah. Members have their own separate document. A guild member is not a user. It just wraps, it like goes over a user basically. I'd probably do this differently if I were to do it again, but there's no fun in continually doing it again. I've done that way too often. Not doing it again. There's thousands of ways you can do like a certain thing, but it's not going to provide that much of an advantage if I made this a user reference, for example. I would probably do that if I were to do it again. But there we go. Same result. It's kind of pointless. Guild update, sorry. Cool. So we're updating these reducers to match the new API. So entity. So guild. Okay, so we're gonna put this here. Now invite. Guilds, okay. When we get the guilds, we're going to populate the invites as well, so we don't have to get them separately. Invites is just going to be an empty array. For some reason there's a bit of TypeScript delay on the API. It's quite a hefty project. It used to be like 15 seconds of delay at some point. My PC is actually cooking. What's the temperature? Let's see. Okay, it's definitely more than 60 degrees. Yeah, 70 degrees at least. 70, yeah, around that. Yeah, we're still working on this. Undefined, wow, that's just... Okay, we did rename this, and front-end frameworks seem to cling on to files that you delete. Or rename. Okay, users. Yeah, we've got to fix this. This is a core, like a genuine error, because we're changing everything. So users, this is fine, right? But in guild page, we're passing in these. Now, username guild. Okay, that is the smart way of doing it. In my opinion. Okay, so users. Member list users. Guild members dot map. How do we do this? Guilds. So in guilds, what we're gonna do is we're gonna get the members, get users, is this it? Okay, state member IDs. Is that it? Guild ID. Okay, guild stop. Find. For some reason, I do have a cold or something. That I randomly got today. Mysterious. Okay, that's not gonna work. Unless we use two selectors. So we get the members, and then we map the member, and then we get a user from that. So get user, maybe, yep, get user, and then we do m.userid, something like that. Guilds.list, and then we return a entity.user, and it should be not null. Start with a, okay, so we have a guild array, overload, what? Does this return a selector? It does, right? Okay, I thought that was a good idea. Okay, this is how I'm gonna do it. This is the less dumb way of doing it. Sometimes you just have to push it a bit, but there we go. That's the less dumb way of doing it. So we get the user by ID, but this returns a bunch of So this is a selector running. And then you type state.getState. Or you just type use selector, but that doesn't work in this. I guess you could do it this way. I don't know how bad this is going to be. So, state const. Oh, can't be conditional, so we have to put it here. State equals use selector. use state, use store, that's store. Const guild users, and a member and a user are different entities. A member explains the user's role in the guild, and a user is just everything to do with the user, really. Their username, etc. Hopefully I'm not too far from the mic. User undefined is not okay. This appears to be user undefined, so we assure them that the user exists, because if a member exists, a user must exist. Now, member list. Again, this error is void. Cool, let's get rid of that. User.discriminator does not exist. Okay, refactor member list, we're making progress. Nothing works yet, but we'll get there. User.discriminator entity. Discriminator does not exist on type user. Well, we just added it. So we need to reload. Cannot find namespace WS. Interesting. Okay. WS. WSDTS. What should be there? Should be there. Should be there. Okay. What's that? FOSS code. FOSS code. $851 Discord star. GitHub stars. That's a flex. Just tell me how to get stars, please. I need to take notes. I know begging for stars actually works. If you make a YouTube video and ask for stars, that kind of works. But it gets, yeah, not 800 stars. I don't know. Let's see. What? Webhooks in there, yep. I mean, you can, there's a lot of things to do with webhooks, to be honest. Discord use HTTP for their WebSocket things. So you can do things on using the WebSocket and also with HTTP. They just have a lot of developers on their team to implement that. And yeah, it's not essential, but it is more helpful to use. So yeah, message, cross-space, voice. Disable account. Yeah, I did that last. Friends. User settings. These are quite core features. Base structure. I'm just taking its prune. Some of these features I wouldn't add because they're a bit more advanced. I'd just add the essentials and custom themes for Accord. Yeah. Voice channels. I don't know anyone who's added voice channels yet. Let's say work in progress. Start topology. Start simple peer. What? I'm checking if it's been answered. No. I guess no one really knows about Accord, so contributors 12, okay. What was it built with? Scripts. I don't understand how this works. Setup. Oh, so you have it in different repos. So we've combined this into one big repo, really. You have a gateway. Very nice. WebRTC, okay. Okay, so you have a WebSocket server. So you have WebRTC on the server. That's what I'm trying to implement. But it's really not going well. I'm trying to use peer-to-peer on the server to the client. Okay. WebSocket server from WS. So what you're doing, you have a turn server. What is this? So on message, emit. I don't think it's fully implemented. It doesn't look fully implemented to me. Okay, cannot find namespace WS. Why is this? I mean, when you have 26 people, it must be a lot easier to maintain. But I wouldn't know because I've not had really any people. Okay, so key of WS. But then that imports types.ws for some reason, which should be ambient, and that should be d.ts. Okay, I'm just gonna put T on the end, or API, and see if that fixes things, if it's name clashing. Or is it, if it's just being weird. Oh, really? I mean, even ws.fromws is a bit too verbose. We can rename it to 2. ws.2, ws.on, ws from. So you know it's from the WebSocket. Like one, that's much better. So it's one letter, it's one word. Really. ws.2 API. It's going to be ws.from API. Sorry, 2. API dot. Is this up now? Okay. From 2 ws 2. There's still these weird errors. I don't understand this one at the minute. Because WS does not work in this file. Which is a bit weird. Does it work in WS Listener? It does. No. It doesn't. That explains things. Okay, so we want to make WS this file here importable. Oh, so this is also fully documented as well, so we can use some program to generate docs if we wanted to. That's why it's all commented. Okay, so the problem here is that something is not working correctly. So WS cannot be found. Okay. There's 2 guild deletes, that's probably why. Called when the client leaves the guild, yep. Or the client leaves a guild. Called when someone joins a guild by invite, a bot is added, or we join, or the client joins the guild. There we go. Invite types, okay. The rest may or may not work. That is very annoying. Where? I don't understand how this file doesn't work. It's fine. Why do I have to import it? What? Important. Okay, never mind. We'll just use this for now, if it's gonna fix things. Even though it's not the best solution. We just want the error gone. So that ambient type should work, like, in the entire project, but somehow doesn't. I don't know why, but... Wait. Oh, okay. Have we actually... Yeah, never mind. It's in the right, it's got the link, the symbolic link. Creator ID does not exist on type channel create. Why is that a thing? Okay. Yeah, we don't need creator ID, so WS listener. I mean, we could audit log it. An audit log is a good thing to have. So we did add discriminators, add audit log. That's an idea. Self-created is args user creator ID. Okay, channels, is that a thing? Or is it guilds? It's guilds. The other guilds. What? Give me a sec. I might have messed this up. Yeah. From. Args. Okay, that. We're just gonna get rid of this. It's a boo-boo. All of this args stuff. Because this is what I was doing in Angular. And this code is adapted from that. String. Object. Okay, if self-created, we know that the open modal is create a channel, so we're going to go there. And if someone creates a channel, and they have the modal open, some random person in the guild, some manager, decides he wants to create a channel, but someone else creates one as he's got the menu open, it's going to redirect him. That's the issue with this approach. So we can actually specify who created the channel, and we can just revert back to the previous code by adding to channel create the creator ID. And that's going to be the ID of the user that created the channel. And then in channel create, we basically add that here. So creator ID is the user ID, whatever it is. Yep. Get user ID, client ID. Cool. Permission types, let's import that. Still got these in the WS events. Open, okay, we should add events. What? Interesting. Okay, so we add a user delete. Now, user delete is a thing in dclone, but not Accord. They have a lot of differences. This code is newer. Okay. Why not a collab with Foscord? What do you mean by collab? I mean, you can collab with us if you want. But Foscord. Okay. User.guilds. API. Okay. Is it declare? Declare. Huh? Okay, no. Oh. Oh, discriminator is required. Okay. Users, when we create a user, this is what we do. Create. What? Okay. Const discriminator equals await user.count documents with the username. Async. Okay, that should definitely be async anyway. Yep. Count. Const discrim. Const discrim equals count plus 1 in natal discriminator. If discriminator is greater than 99999, we need to throw new type error. Too many users have this username. And discriminator update system user discriminator. 0. Update system user, but there is a system user, isn't there? So don't sign up with yeah, with TPG. Invalid username. Yeah, okay. Touché. What? Just what? I'm missing something. I'm missing something. Ah. That's what we're missing. I do prefer this API. It has a better base, if you will. It is what it is. We can just deal with what we've got now. It's more advanced. Better than refactoring everything. Something works. Very descriptive. Okay, apply middleware. Local strategy, and this is in server.ts. We are going to passport.use. Email is unverified. Smart, smart. So that worked. That worked. No, email is unverified. Okay, no, they can log in if the email isn't verified. If they want to. Oh, okay. It just sends a HTML response. Okay, what's this? Let's read this. Oh, the error message. So helpful. Invalid status code. Impressive. I think that's an express error. Yep, that is particles.js. Hello CWCan. Yeah, it's all condensed when I do this, but when I do this, it's not. So I call this Accord version 2. That's what I'm calling this one. Because it's a completely fresh UI in a different web framework, which is React. And it's more popular than Angular right now, should be. Let's see. Angular. Yep. did that do? Invalid status code. What? Unauthorized means it failed to log in. This is something else though. Maybe it threw an error somewhere in here because it's unable to actually send an email. Oh, it logged in, it said, and it gave a key. So it's having an issue with the email. We need to set up the email. So it logs in. Right. And then when it logs in, it sends the user back. So WS listener. Okay, off. We need to go in off, and we need to set this up, which is store.app_state, and that is API ws.ready. Okay, what was that? Action. There we go. Well, it does. That should work. Typescript is not working at the minute. Okay. It doesn't make sense because... Give me a sec. This right here works. Oh, okay. It should be args. I was using the wrong brain cells there. And that's not payload, that is partial user. Yep. But does it have a key? Does it have a key? It has a token. That's what I meant. $500. That's interesting. Invalid okay, so we need to set up the email service. So let's create an email account. Yeah, I'm just going to create a Google account called test account. Testing 1, 2, 3. No, that's not going to be used. Yeah. This username isn't allowed. How? So I'm signing up to Google at the minute. Okay. What if you don't have a phone number? What do you do? How do you sign up? We are currently using Tailwind CSS. Yes. Because we're using a new... yeah, we're using a React now. When Gilded gets bought by... Did it? Roblox acquires Discord competitor Gilded, did they? Really? Okay, let me just send an email to Bill Gates and just ask him, hey, do you want to buy my my new Discord plan? It doesn't work, but yeah. Wait. How much is it worth? How much is it worth? That's what I'm interested in. Okay. Let's see. Since launching, okay. Acquires them. Right. There's not a lot of information really. Okay. So this kind of does work. Maybe there's more setup required that I haven't finished yet. Middleware, yeah. Okay. So it might be caused by this. Oh no, it's the email thing, isn't it? I keep forgetting. So test Gmail account. The Gmail plus hack. Okay, mate. Okay, so what I'm gonna have to do is put a try catch block here. Right. Good point, good point. I just renamed that. Oh! Did that just load? Wait, okay, we've logged in. Okay, we've integrated that now. An unspecified amount. Probably a lot of money. A Google Workspace account. Well, I did have like a test account. I made loads of test accounts, but they're gone now. Voice over IP. It's practically impossible to get away with voice over IP in a Google account. What? Okay. Watching from my TV. Nice, really. Looking if there's any answers. No. Okay, so this is how I'm planning to add a voice chat. So it will use peer-to-peer, where the server is a client is a separate peer, and the client is a client, obviously. And basically the client sends a media stream to the server, and then the server combines all media streams of other clients together and then sends it back to the client. Because I couldn't think of any other ideas. Something like this. Could watch this on the Tesla. Bit overkill. What about them seeing your IP? Well, only the server can get your IP, and then the client can also get the server's IP. And that is the only issue with that, I believe. And then combining the streams together is going to be pretty awkward. So it's just conceptual at the minute. We just need to actually setting peer on the server, peer-to-peer with the client is the hard part. Haven't managed to do that yet. What do you type on WebSocket, so 2. That should be on. What? Two on. Okay, that should work. TypeScript disagrees, but I disagree with TypeScript. From. So what we've done, essentially, we've taken dclone, which is a completely different app that I made from scratch like last month. Here's what it looks like when everything works. Minus the Discord theme, because we're using an Accord theme. So this uses Redux, React, Tailwind CSS, Typescript, ambient types. It just has a better UI than what we started with Accord. And also 2PG dashboard was built like over a year ago, 1.5 years ago, and it's much more outdated, and that's what we started with for Accord. So I thought it was time for an upgrade, an update. Okay, so that logs in successfully, mostly successfully. So ready succeeds, it sends back a user. But then assumes the user is offline. Okay. What's the stream looking like? Okay, so 15 minutes left of the stream. That's what we're going to go for. Because we've been streaming for a while and things are starting to work. CSRF token. What's that? A unique secret client-side RF token. What does it mean? It's a unique secret unpredictable value generated by the server side and transmitted in such a way that is included in a subsequent it's transmitted by the WebSocket, not by HTTP in my case. The SSR application validates that the request includes. Okay, yeah. Okay, it does look a bit advanced. Yeah, we just use JSON web tokens. Hello Alvin, hello Pedrex. To get a CSRF and less bad website design, that means multiple vulnerabilities unpatched. Yeah. Hopefully there aren't really many vulnerabilities. The API is pretty well tested. It's the same API from the beginning. We're just starting again with the actual UI. Or we have already built like a base UI. Type string does not. Okay. Key of WS2. That shouldn't be never. User not logged in, headers, no headers are being sent. That's why. Oh. So we need to send the headers, the right headers. Unauthorized, unauthorized. Okay, so this means, let's get it up. So, I'm doing something wrong, just bear with me. Authorization, ID from auth, bearer, we need the bearer. Whatever that means, we need the bearer. So, I don't know why I use bearer, but I didn't use it in decline, so we have to change it. I think it's because other people use it as a convention. I don't really understand the bearer convention, but we'll use it anyway. Okay. API. I don't know why I called it API. That's kind of a stupid name. That is a kind of dumb name. Because we got... The API is both. I consider the API to be both the WebSocket and the HTTP API combined. And this is only for the HTTP. All the rest... Now, you can call it REST if you want. I'll call it REST. HTTP and REST are synonymous in my... That's how I view it. REST call failed. Okay, we'll call it REST. Headers. That's why. Headers. Okay, this is what we're doing wrong here. We need to type bearer here, otherwise it's going to cry. Because it's the way we set it up in the API. I kind of prefer not typing bearer, but yeah. Hello Moro. Hello Vilma. Okay. Perfect web token to send and store users. Client side. Have you took a look at Undraw for some good SVGs? Never seen this before. This is helpful though, thank you, Owen. Make it any color, that's really good. Oh. Just make everything white so nothing can be seen. Okay, so we need to add bearer, and once we've done that, getting something. We're getting the user list, which is quite amusing. Well, we've got Adam 6. There we go. Some user settings here for decline. Cool. Let's see how bad creating a guild is. Yeah, it gets... it doesn't work. Okay, so... that's good. Login seems to work. Redirect properly. Oh no, that's not the right place. Git remove, add origin, remove origin. So I'm pushing these changes. github.com/accord.app/website head, no, not head. So we'll just do head new, and then this will be available when we push it, if we push it, that is. Create a pull request for new. What? Okay, that is a weird anomaly. Okay, so it doesn't want to do that. So when I git push, what it does is... oh, okay, it's done it now. It's fine. Okay, so... 432 commits behind okay, there's a completely different project. I'm just using it because it has more stars. Accord Essential. What is Accord Essential? I don't know. There's only Accord. This is going to be the very basic, like, description for now. There we go, Accord Essential, just Accord. Okay, so so these stable and dev branches are old. So I'm not actually signed into it. Let me just use actual GitHub. github.com/ yep, code echo.app. Okay. Set the default branch to new. That's gonna annoy some people if they relied on the old one. This one is in a work in progress. New. There we go. Straight up SVGs, better domain idea. That is not beer. That is Coca-Cola right there. That is Coca-Cola. Or it could be Pepsi. Or it could just be like, could be just black paint. Just paint. Who knows? Okay. Okay, so this contains everything basically. Where's this readme at? This is the old readme. Discord clone with... Again. There we... Hold on. There we go. Somewhat accurate. We have our discriminator here, 0001. We have our email, avatar URL. We can change it to avatar blue when it works. API avatars. Did I actually do that? Avatars API. What do I call it? API v2 avatars. Assets. Okay, well, I'm just going to end it there for today. Now, we've migrated it mostly. We have a few, like, WebSocket routes to fix. And we need to make it fully... We need to integrate all the declone features first, the basic features of declone. Let me show you them. So, all of these features, we need to make sure they work next time. And yeah. Now, if you want a working version of this without the fancy API we've spent the stream implementing, then you can use CodeAlive, this repo here, and it has everything you need. The instructions aren't clear. There's no instructions. This is just a prototype, this essential branch, because I'm actually working on a series that aims to provide step-by-step tutorial on how to make it. But editing it's like a side project at the minute, to be honest. So yeah, have a good... Okay, thank you, Owen. You too. Would recommend small animation for the create screen. Do you mean the loading screen maybe, or You mean like a modal animation, maybe? This is the Declone Essential. It's like the most basic version of Discord that you can get. No roles, just guild owner and member. But yeah. It did take like a month to finish that very basic demo. I don't even know how. I think like 75% of the time was spent on perfecting the code. Anyway. Yeah, so the code's available at what I just went on. So accord.app/website. This is the new code we've been working on this stream. Anyway, thanks for watching.